All right. It is 4:01 and we'll call the meeting to order. We'll start with the flag salute. We'll lead everybody today. Push your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right. Roll call, let it be known that all 5 trustees are present. Ms. Gibbons, Mr. Williams, Mr. Yeasless, Mr. Perea, and myself. And next we'll go to business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is the time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking action on items not on the agenda. Request to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, busdk12.com, under the tab Board of Trustees. The board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. For the record, please state your name. Do we have any at this time?
None at this time.
All right. Well, it is 4:04 and we will adjourn to closed session.
Yes. When emergency strikes, first responders rely on the latest technology. That's why T-Mobile
Call the meeting back to order. The board has nothing to report from closed session. And now I will turn it over to the superintendent for presentation and recognitions.
And our first item is Barstow High School PBIS presentation.
Thank you. I'm just waiting for the presentation to load. And my name is Timothy Brinkley. I work at Barstow High School. And I'm here tonight to tell you a little bit about what we did at Barstow High School in the area of PBIS. PBIS stands for Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports. It's a national and statewide initiative to improve school culture, kind of like what Mr. Williams does over there for the district. Each school has their own contact person for PBIS. And so I just want to bring up this report and go over it with you. So we did all of the paperwork, and it looks like we are eligible for silver recognition this year, which is the next one up is gold, the next one up is platinum. And so this is my first year as the PBIS coordinator, working with Mr. Navarro and Bree and the whole PBIS team of about 6 or 7 people. And hopefully we'll have more next year. And so this is a good starting point. And I'm hoping to stay in this position for at least 3 more years. Next slide. Thank you. So one of the initiatives that made us successful this last year is Thrively. And Thrively is a website interface that allows teachers to see their students' strengths, to know what's strong with them instead of what's wrong with them. And we also got our counselors on board. We had a story of several students being caught, not being caught, but students that reported that they were not feeling well on their HOPE scores, and we were able to bring them in for counseling, and they were referred to additional services. And so we're hoping to increase the amount of students that use this coming year up to 95% is Mr. Navarro's goal. And we got up to 46% this year. And so we're also going to use it for CASEL, which is SEL, social emotional learning, as well as well-being reports on a weekly basis and that kind of thing. All right, next one. One of the other initiatives we had is we did 5 field trips this year and took students on them based on their enrollment. Like if they had good attendance and few tardies, they were eligible to go on these field trips. And so Aquarium of the Pacific was one of them. Next slide, please. LACMA was one of them, the LA County Museum of Art and the La Brea Tar Pits. It was a 2-for-1 kind of deal. Next slide, please. We were able to take some students to the Lewis Center for the Sound of Music show. And next slide, please. We also took students to the California Science Center. That was the SPED department. Each one of these was hosted by one of the different departments on campus. And the last one was the Ocean Institute. And students were so excited to see dolphins on the boat ride. There was four different sessions going on, and one of the groups got to see the dolphins when they were out on the boat. And I want to share with you that these kinds of experiences is what broadens students' worlds. They see stuff outside of their regular lives and they say, oh my gosh, maybe I can be here one day, you know? And so it's raising the level of expectation for them personally, and also I believe raising the levels of hope on campus. Next slide, please. Thank you so much, Josh. We did a classroom needs assessment in April, and I have some things to report to you. So I'm just going to kind of go through these really quickly. So next slide, please. A lot of the staff, you know, as PBIS, just to give context, we want to take care of not just the students, we want to take care of the staff and as well as the teachers. And so one of the things they report is that they're looking for more reliable technology, particular Chromebooks, issues with outdated devices, battery life, charging infrastructure, hindering their ability. Need for larger, more modern displays. And so this is all pulled straight out of that survey that we gave them. Go ahead and next slide, please. A lot of teachers are asking for more flexible, collaborative workspace. A lot of them didn't know that the warehouse catalog has a lot of supplies in there that they didn't know it. We have several new teachers that said, I need whiteboards for my classroom. And the warehouse has those. So we're able to fill in some of those missing pieces with staff and say, we already have access to this. Next slide, please. A lot of teachers asked for more cabinet storage and like in classroom stuff. And so working with Mr. Navarro, I've created a bunch of requisitions. He said, we don't have unlimited money, but this is a good starting point. Let's get them in the pipeline, right? And down the road, we may be able to start getting some of these things that teachers are requesting. We also did a student survey asking students how they felt about cell phones, because we really want to change our cell phone policy this year. And cell phones is a big issue right now. And so here's some of the results of that. 51 out of 108, 47% are often distracted by their phones in class. It creates significant learning interruptions and is a shared concern among students themselves. They're saying, yes, we know it's a problem. Let's fix it. Next slide, please. And so we got different students saying we need it, ELDs need it for language learning. We have special needs students that need it for accommodations. And a lot of the students said, I need to be able to contact my parents if there's an emergency. And the parent survey is next. Go ahead and go to the next slide there. One of the things they shared on that survey is that they want more interactive lessons. And based on Thrively results, we know that 24% are interested in music, 24% in sports, 23% in creative arts. And so this next year, we're trying to find some open educational resources, as in free, that are free for teachers to use so that we can plug them in. Things like Brilliant and Adobe Express and the Band Lab. These are all things that allow students to create. And so when lessons are done, part of the policy that we're proposing at Barstow High is that when students are done, don't let them get on their cell phones, but point them towards these other creative ways to spend their time the rest of the period. So it's more like bell-to-bell learning. So next slide, please. Students were concerned about disequitable enforcement. So one of the things we're doing, they want transparent rules. Go ahead, next slide. Next slide. A lot of them don't want a complete ban. Originally, we were going to go with cell phone pouches that lock, and they could keep the cell phones with them, but they couldn't open them unless they went to an administrator or the classroom teacher. And we got some feedback from teachers and parents on that, and they said, I don't think that's going to work. And so we're going more with keep it in your bag or your pocket. If we see it out, it's going to go in the classroom locker, which is like a little stand like this with different slots. And then if they still refuse, send them down to the admin office. So that's kind of the direction we're going with our new cell phone policy. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. All right, and next slide, please. So these are some of the other resources that we are looking into. Brisk Teaching is free, which allows teachers to use AI to create instructional materials, and it also has some stuff. So we're really looking forward to you guys approving an AI policy so we can kind of tag on to it. Hopefully that comes out soon. And then Book Creator. Next one, the parent cell phone survey was very similar. They said, we want to be able to get a hold of our students if there's an emergency. We really want the students to keep them. Go ahead, next slide. And so there's 2 slides about this. They want it for emergency. They know it's a distraction in the class. they know it's a balancing act. They want to make sure we have clear policies, and they know it's a learning tool potential, but they also know that if it's out, it's going to be distracting. So parents are pretty savvy about this, right, parents? Right. All right. Key themes and for parent responses. Cyberbullying and mental health is a big issue. I think a lot of students don't realize, and parents don't realize, how much of a mental health problem cell phones bring in through social media and gaming. All right, next slide. So here's a little report. Let's pass that. That's the questions and the responses. And these are, so cell phone policy changes. One thing that we want to do, I've gone over with Mr. Barr. He's going to be sharing that with you guys, as well as our artificial intelligence proposed draft, which goes in addition to the Barstow Unified School District policy that the IT team has already shared with you guys. We're also looking at more field trips and staff PDs this next year. We're going to try to do 10 field trips. So for that semester one, we really need your help getting them through the pipeline. Okay, so we're going to shoot for like not August, but maybe September, October, November, December. So if you guys could help us out with approving those so we can get them. Garner Holt Animatronics, SoFi Stadium, another Aquarium of the Pacific, maybe another Ocean Institute. Those are the ones that are going to be put in. Parent Center and PTO. You know, Mr. Navarro was able to hire 2 wellness teachers just to improve the climate on campus. But what if we started a parent-teacher organization that was able to connect with parents in the community, as well as organizations like Barstow College and Barstow Hospital and our school district to kind of, setting out roots basically to bring in more resources for our students. And so that's one of the things we're also going to be looking at this next year, seeing if we can start a 501c3 PTO with the community. So it's all new territory for me. All right, next one. PBIS store was a big hit this year. We sold a lot of hot chips. Oh man, those were like going like hotcakes. We couldn't keep them stocked long enough because students were lining out the door from the library all the way down to the fire lane. And then the other big seller was food. Once we added Cane's and In-N-Out, those were selling, even though they were like 96 points and 77 points, those were going really fast. In fact, Mr. Navarro said, we need to stop doing 2 for 1. I mean, 2 for 2 people at a time. Let's just get one, and it's just kind of crazy. But it was a huge success. And this was made possible because the district, you guys approved an additional amount for Barstow High School's PBIS program. And so the school pays for part of it, and then you guys gave part of it, things like 14,000, or it's over 10,000. And we were able to use that money as incentives for students. And so those were our hot sellers, hot chips, regular chips, Gatorade, and just water. And that kind of shares with you how the water situation is with the faucets on campus. And I'm sure you've heard about that issue, that situation. All right, next slide, please. So these were our biggest awarder teachers. Miss Kapungason and Miss Rainey were at the top 3. And then students got up to 299 points. And we calculated 25 cents a point, and we tried to tie that to how much each item in the store was worth. And so we're going to try to continue to do that just to make sure we stay in budget. Next slide, please. So we designed this new poster for the classroom, and it gives very clear directions. Miss Shanda Barella would be very proud of this sign because she said, make sure it's rules that when somebody comes in and observes you, it's something that they can see the students doing. And so you can see come to class on time. So that's the first one under preparation. All right, next one. Keep going, please. Top behaviors this past year. This is a report on the major trends in referrals. And so you can see fighting started high, went down, spiked again, then went down. We had minor disruptions, kind of staying the same all year. Minor technology issues increasing near the end of the year. And then skipping was the biggest, highest one, with students skipping class. All right, next one, please. Less common behaviors were defiance, drugs, tobacco, and truancy. Next one, please. And locations over. These are the locations. Classroom got the most, gave out the most referrals, and then the hallways, and then gym, and then the common areas. All right, next one. This shows you our progress over the last 3 years, kind of how we've been. In 2021, we were green, like a lot of green is good, and a lot of red is bad. So you can kind of see we went down the last 2 years, and then we're kind of coming up this last year. All right, next one, please. This is our suspensions, how many students we had in school and out of school suspended for 24-25 on the top. And then this last month is on the bottom. Okay, next slide, please. I'm going to skip through a lot of this because you can look at the details if you're interested. It just shows referrals kind of on a month by month basis. Thank you for scrolling through. Just keep going there. I'm just going to skip that. Skip the trouble of just listening to me drone on and on. Just right there is good. So this is kind of an example of one of the meetings. Every month we have a meeting and we look at kind of where the problems are, what times of the day, what days of the week, what locations, and that helps inform us on how we need to target and helps us like ask the question like, how do we fix that? And so PBIS at Barstow High looks a lot different than other schools just because we're dealing with other issues. But every school has this kind of form where we kind of try to figure out what's going on and how to improve the situation. All right, next slide, please. All right, and this is kind of like how do we deal with it, like prevention, teaching, recognition. Okay, next slide. Last slide. Our goals for BHS this next year, we want to have our AI policy and cell phone policy in place. The gist of the AI policy is basically cite your sources. Even if it's AI, you need to say where you got it from and what prompt you used and what parts you used. And so that's the gist of it. The wellness center is something we're planning on starting this next year. Activities based on attendance, those field trips are going to be a big part of that. And then we need to write a PBIS point giving guide for teachers. Like when a student does this, you should do this, and just be more clear in how we communicate with our teachers. And we're going to try to get our PBIS team to expand to have other people on it from different parts of the school, not just a sped teacher, admins, and like a campus safety person. We need to have more people. So we're talking about link crew, ASB, peer counselors, more teachers, the SRO, wellness team, parents, more parents, district psychs. And so, and then we're going to try to get more staff to professional development conferences. We're going to try to do 10 field trips. We're going to try to do what if we could get free TB testing and free fingerprinting for all of our volunteers? And what if on back to school night we just had it all lined up here, and then you need to set an appointment with the district to finish your training. And I mean that would allow a lot more parents to be involved in the on campus stuff, and it would also help us out with our field trips because we're like scrambling every time to get enough chaperones to go, because teachers, you can only take 4 teachers at a time at the high school, and sometimes when not everybody's showing up, I mean it's hard for Bree to like get enough people out there. So if we had more parents helping out, that would be amazing. We'd really like your help on that. All right, student snacks from parent donations was an idea. Awards for parents, maybe more home visits, maybe use Thrively to let parents use Thrively to see what their hope levels are. These are all ideas we were talking about. What if parent liaisons go to observe Victor High's Parent Center? They have like a whole outreach center. We can learn from them. Staff volunteers to adopt a kid based on low attendance. Let's start reaching out to these kids in advance. Like first month, we should be able to say, okay, this person's missing a lot. Let's set up a way to connect with them on a weekly basis at least. And then we're talking about doing a parent on back to school night, having like different organizations from the community have a table at back to school night, and they can all parents can like say, "Oh, I didn't know this was a bit what free food." You know, showers, you know, medical screenings, like all this stuff that's available in our community that they don't know about. And if we could set that up, Bree and Mr. Navarro and I are already talking about that. And then another idea was a student teacher parent relay race. What do you guys think? It would be really early, but you know, not everybody wants to do it that early, but it would be a great way to start, you know, connecting more parents and into the school and getting more discussions going. So lots of passion. We'll see how far this actually goes. You know, I am a realist as well. So, but I'm hoping that sharing this with you guys, you can kind of see what we're shooting for and help us out if you can. So, any questions before we close?
Well, yes, I do. Sorry. Parents and one of my things is get parents more involved into the schools, whether it's the high school or junior high or intermediate school or whatever. And that's a big issue. And I like that you have that on as one of your goals. So, you know, hey, just hit me up. I'd love to help.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Yes.
I would just second what Leonard is saying, Mr. Williams is saying. Very good job. Very good. It's really impressive to see how detailed you are about the parents because we know for a fact that whatever we do here needs to, you know, carry over at home. So I'm interested as well. So I'll be in touch.
Yeah, thank
Yes,
you so
thank you.
much. Anybody else? All right. Well, thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Okay, next we will be doing District Office Employees of the Month for the month of April 2025. Sorry. Try not to get in front of you. First board. Oh, okay. Am I in the right spot?
You're right there.
Okay, our first employee of the month is Christy Chambers. Is not here, so we will make sure that she gets all of her items. Next, yes, Timothy Brinkley.
Thank you.
In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the secondary certificated staff member employee of the month for the month of April 2025. And good job, by the way.
I'm honored. Thank you.
It's all right. $5 gift card and your desk sign.
Okay. Wow.
Good
Picture
job.
of me,
Thank you.
picture
Oh.
of me, no, oh, not today.
Yes, no, not
You wanna,
today.
want me to use my cell phone? I should use my cell phone.
Sure.
For the
You can send that to
website?
You can send it for me and I can upload.
Show me the,
Oh. He's worse than Marseilles.
sorry, Lot.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Tiffany Mendez Pacheco. I'm right up here.
Congratulations.
In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the elementary classified staff member employee of the month for the month of April 2025. So congratulations. All right, thank you. Congratulations. Candy Barden. Right up here.
Thank you.
In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the secondary classified staff member employee of the month in the month of April 2025. All right, thank you. Congratulations. Todd Hutton. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the district classified staff member employee of the month for the month of April 2025.
Thank you.
Yeah, congratulations. Robert Dominguez. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the management team staff member employee of the month for the month of April 2025. And this is the one that is always a surprise to everyone, and I don't believe she's here, Carol Rivas. She is actually the superintendent's choice for the month of April 2025, so we'll make sure that we get her awards.
Sure will.
As soon as we can. Are we moving on to May?
Yep.
All right, now we're going to move on to the employees of the month for May. And our first employee is Mary Pearson. Make sure that Mary gets all of her items as quickly as possible. Sandra Cadena. Not over here.
Thank you.
This is.
In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the secondary classified staff member employee of the month for the month of May 2025. All right, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Erica Sanchez. Congratulations. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the elementary certificated staff member employee of the
I love it.
I would have been
He
perfect.
needs to take a picture
Do that,
of
do that.
her taking the picture.
Melissa Hilton. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the secondary certificated staff member employee of the month for the month of May. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Shirley Cervantes. Of course.
Congratulations.
So I have to tell them before I read your notice. I actually, Shirley was one of my fourth grade students when I taught fourth grade. Okay. So in recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the district classified staff member employee of the month for the month of May. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job.
Good job, Shirley.
Oh.
Hey.
Where's my phone? I don't know why. I'm like, oh.
Monique Hodge. In recognition of your extraordinary dedication and service to the staff and students of Barstow Unified School District, we are proud to honor you as the Management Team Staff Member Employee of the Month for the month of May 2025. Thank you. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. And this is, again, the one that no one is aware of until now. This is Superintendent's Choice for May 2025, and this goes to Michelle Koliak. Okay. Pardon me?
Retirees.
Okay, so now we're going to do district retirees. I think that's what a lot of people are waiting for. We have quite a few this year, so.
We're gonna start from lowest to highest.
Okay, so certificates.
Years of service, thank you.
Years of service, Patricia Dool for 4 years of dedicated service to Barstow Unified School District. I don't think she's here.
She's not here
I
tonight.
believe there's a recent fire that started in Apple Valley and it's very close to her home, so we wish her well.
Oh.
Thelma Castelli for 11 years. I don't think Thelma's here either. Diane Gonzalez, 16 years. Julie Hernandez, 17 years. I know. Something else.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. We're gonna get you on this side.
Thank
So
you.
much.
Congratulations, Sheila.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Stephanie Straight. Susan Wells, 20 years. Hilda Silva, 20 years. Joanne Muir, 21 years. Joanne Heinrichs, 21 years. Carol Shavira? Shavira? This for you. Right here.
They do break. They do break. Good catch. So, go ahead, and then I don't want to break it, so go ahead. I'll hold it and I'll hand it.
I'll take it first.
Yes.
Oh, okay. So this says, we sincerely thank and commend you for your unwavering dedication and service to our schools and community. You deserve a well-earned retirement after 23 years of hard work and commitment. Wishing you a joyful and fulfilling new chapter in your life. May it bring you happiness, relaxation, and new adventures.
Thank you.
And because one year they break, so be
Okay.
careful with the leaves. So.
Okay. Let's
Go
get
take it.
Okay,
Bring it.
and then one over here.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Richard Terrio. Congratulations. I'm have to read this for you. Hopefully he doesn't,
I'm
drop.
gonna hold it. So yeah.
We sincerely thank and commend you for your unwavering dedication and service to our schools and community. You deserve a well-earned retirement after 24 years of hard work and commitment. Wishing you a joyful and fulfilling new chapter in your life. May it bring you happiness, relaxation, and new adventures.
I'll grab the up.
1, 2, 3.
Congratulations.
Barbara Ray. $26 years.
Yeah.
Yes.
Getting back into the six. Zone Corsack. $25 years. Laura Webster.
We talk together.
Stop it. You're coming back and you know it.
No.
Hey, those are recruiting her.
We sincerely thank and commend you for your unwavering dedication and service to our schools and community. You deserve a well-earned retirement after 26 years of hard work and commitment. Wishing you a joyful and fulfilling new chapter in your life. May it bring you happiness, relaxation, and new adventures.
Let's go for the relaxation.
Okay, all right.
Thank you. Way to go, Kate. Way to go.
I want a picture with Jorge.
Okay.
Here.
Oh,
No, you can
oh,
see.
okay.
You can. Be gone with you.
Thank you.
I know.
I love this district. Everybody's funny.
Except Benny. Oh, that was good. That's something
Leslie
you would do.
Townsend. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right. We sincerely thank and commend you for your unwavering dedication and service to our schools and community. You deserve a well-earned retirement after 27 years of hard work and commitment. Wishing you a joyful and fulfilling new chapter in your life. May it bring you happiness, relaxation, and new adventures.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Woohoo.
All right. Paula Lopez. $33 years.
Yeah.
And my paraeducator first year in Barstow Unified School District.
And mine.
So, and yours too.
Yep. You will.
And she actually will receive
This one's not
a
connected. This one's
Yes.
Hey, Crystal,
crystal apple for 33 years.
Told you.
stay with us and you'll get one of those.
My kid.
Nancy Wilson. We sincerely thank and commend you for your unwavering dedication and service to our schools and community. You deserve a well-earned retirement after 37 years.
Wow.
Yeah.
May it bring you happiness, relaxation, and new adventures. Congratulations.
Thank
you.
Thank you. Well done, Nancy.
37.
All right. I need to go this way. Oh.
Get it.
Exit station.
Yes, stay there. Come on.
And then this way. Oh, and this way.
Anderson. Way to go, Nancy.
Have you seen him?
Yeah, I haven't seen him. John Size. Gold.
41.
I don't know.
Take a bite.
Wait a minute.
There's only one way to find out. Stick around.
So this is for John Size. and he receives the Gold Apple for 41 years.
Wow.
Everybody, all right, that's good.
All right. Well, it is 4:40, or excuse me, 5:43, and we're gonna take a 5-minute recess. Just everybody take a break if you'd like to. Welcome, more than happy the normal agenda. Alrighty, here we go. Okay. It is 5:52 and we will call the meeting back to order. First, we have the approval of the minutes from the regular board meeting of May 13th, 2025. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I just missed the vote. Who was, sorry, who was the vote? And Elizabeth has to recuse herself.
I don't believe, I believe Elizabeth was not.
We
at the
had,
May
the
13th.
motion was
No.
Mr. Williams, correct?
No, a second.
I did the motion.
Oh, Ray, Mr. Perea, motion, Mr. Williams, second. And
Elizabeth abstains.
I'm upset.
I believe the May 13th meeting was the one you missed. Is that right? Ms.
Was
Sanchez?
that-
Sounds correct.
okay.
So she'd
Correct,
abstain.
I'm saying.
Yep,
We're
we're
good?
good.
Okay. Next, we'll move on to business from the floor. The board meeting is a business meeting of the board held in a public forum to comply with the Brown Act. It is not a town hall meeting with the board. This is a time for citizens to present problems or questions they feel the board should discuss. Individuals are encouraged to address the full board, not individual board members. The law prohibits the board from taking action on items not on the agenda. Request to speak cards should be filled out in advance and presented to the superintendent's executive assistant. Instructions for submitting remote public comments can be found on our website, BUSD K-12, under the tab Board of Trustees. The board has a policy limiting any speaker to not more than 3 minutes. The board limits the total time for public input on each item or topic to 15 minutes or 5 individual requests to speak. The president may review the submitted request to speak or take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add. Citizens who have comments on or against a particular issue may be asked to provide a written statement for the record or to sign an agreement with the written comments of another citizen. All names will be memorialized in minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and number of persons wishing to be heard. For the record, please state your name. And do we have any at this time?
We do not.
Okay. Next, we'll move into reports. First is staff reports. Nope. All right, then superintendent's report.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, board members, staff, and guests. I'd like to say congratulations to all of our district retirees. Combined, they make up 409 years of dedicated service to Barstow Unified School District. Their countless hours committed to our staff, students, and community have had a significant impact. We wish them continued happiness wherever their ongoing journey takes them, and we hope they come back every now and again to visit us. Last week, the district began a meet and confer process with the Department of Justice Deputy Attorneys General. The meet and confer process is a 90-day requirement of the September 2020 stipulated judgment of the Attorney General's office. If the Attorney General's office determines that the district has not substantially complied with the substantive provisions of the judgment, the Attorneys General and the district have 30 days in which to complete the process. Summer school is off to a good start. The district has more than 600 students enrolled. On June 16, there is a summer school field trip to Barstow Fine Arts Academy to see 123 Andress Band. Am I saying?
123 Andres.
123 Andress
Yes.
Band. Okay. And I'd like to take this moment to commend cabinet members for their dedicated hard work during the 2024-2025 school year. The superintendent's cabinet is responsible for assisting the superintendent in addressing the Board of Trustees' major system priorities. The cabinet provides input to the superintendent on operational, programmatic, and fiscal issues that affect the school system. Cabinet members include Assistant Superintendents Scott Godfrey and Jorge Gutierrez, Chief Business Official Douglas Beaton, Director 2 Heather Reed, and Directors Jamie Fisher, Carolyn Norman, Vinnie Williams, and Dan Ortiz. Thank you for your help ensuring that every student in Barstow Unified School District is provided a safe environment conducive to learning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next we have board reports. Ms.
I
Gibbons,
have none at the moment.
Mr. Williams?
Yes, I might as well say something. It's the right thing to do. I would like to say for everyone sitting up here at this table, you know, myself and Ms. Gibbons and a few others, we came on late. But every time we went to any of you, you've given us the information that we need. And I want to say thank you. I know the learning curve for a new board member is straight up and down. And it's difficult because there's a lot to learn, you know, but you guys have made it so much easier, and I want to thank you all. For this year. Next year, I may not thank you. I don't know.
All righty, thank you. Mr. Useless?
Yes. I asked a few times about the custodians for summer school, and I guess we're gonna get a little update on that. But, you know, I'm kind of mad about that, you know what I mean? It didn't have to come to me, having to come several times asking about it. You know, when I ran for office, I didn't go around knocking on doors, say I was gonna exploit employees and stuff. And I really think that's what we're doing with the custodians here. We're having them do the regular cleanup for the summer, then having to go up and clean the summer school classrooms. You know, I looked right down here, we got administrators for this and that for summer school. You know, nothing here about the custodians. You know, I'm, you know, I don't hide my feelings, you know what I mean? I'm really surprised that I don't have a principal or a Sam up here speaking up, saying, hey, where's my custodians, you know? We have the Sams going around telling the custodians they want an hour by hour what they're doing there in the summer. I go along with that, but you know what? I want to see what they're doing hour by hour too, the Sams this summer. What are they doing though this whole summer besides sitting in front of a camera, probably surveilling our employees? You know, the cameras are there for security, for safety, not for spying on employees. I could go on and on and on. When it comes to time to perform, it's too late to prepare. You know what I mean? I don't see how this got dropped. These guys, they're in there cleaning these restrooms at 107 degrees. Maybe the Sam needs to go in there and clean a couple, figure out what they're doing too. You know what I mean? I'm very upset about it. It had to take this. You know what I mean? And summer school custodian. I was a custodian for 37 years. I subbed for 3 years. I know what they go through. I just can't see how nobody pats somebody in the back that's dumped their trash and cleaned the restrooms for them. I'm very upset. Not going to hide my feelings. And I could go on and on and on, but we got this and this and this for summer school, and we didn't get us, the custodians, and now the guys at the high school, they got to move 20 classrooms. They got a bunch of construction going over there. They got summer school classes. They're going to have to move 20 classrooms. Why do they got to move 20 classrooms? Are they going to add extra help for them like they would for any other position? I don't think so. Thank you for letting me share.
Thank you. Ms. Brea?
A couple of things. I'd like to, number one, congratulate our graduating seniors. Graduation was super this year. Most of the graduations, I think there've only been a couple of graduations that weren't enjoyable, and that was because the wind was blowing really hard and the sprinklers would go on. But other than that, all graduations are spectacular, and we send off our seniors hoping that they can make something in their lives. And as a graduate of Barstow High a few years back, I can say that I look around, and especially some of the people in my class and some around the class, very successful, good citizens.
Employees and the retirees. It was pretty crazy to hear everything from 4 years to 41 years. Of of service to anywhere. I mean, really, it is. I mean, 41 years. That is a long, long, long time. And just really a heartfelt thank you to all of them for everything they've done for the district, for our kids. It was interesting even seeing some of my kids' teachers were here, as being some of the retirees. So it was nice to see that we could give them a nice send off for everything that they've done for us, and I do really appreciate that. Wanted to wish everybody, the families, as well as the employees, a happy summer, to get your rest and relaxation in, and then also to echo the sentiments of Mr. Prey and Ms. Swearingen as far as the DO, that I know there is, I don't know everything, but a decent amount. I know you guys are all doing, not that you're not doing work during the regular school year, but there's a lot of things that get done over the summer. So that way everything is ready to go when all the parents show up, when the students show up, when the teachers show up for the beginning of the school, that there's already months of work that have already went into preparation. So thank you for all of that work that you do. All right, do we have a student representative report tonight? Summer break. All right, next we have BEA. Is there anyone from BEA for tonight?
There's not.
Or CSEA?
Summer break. Nope.
Okay. Personnel Commission?
Yes, good evening, board members and guests and staff, whoever's left over. This is the classified personnel statistics for this month. We have one interview in process. We have 2 recruitments that are in the testing stage and 2 recruitments that are open. Currently, we have 383 classified employees, 179 8-hour full-time, 127 benefited part-time, and 77 non-benefited part-time. As always, we still carry 15 classified management employees. On the classifications with security, we have no vacancies. Safety, we have 2 vacancies that we're scheduling interviews. We're trying to get dates from the hiring managers. Custodial, we don't have any vacancies at this time. Let's see, we also have new eligibility lists. So I know I reported at the last meeting that we're doing a lot of testing. So in order for us, that's all the prep work that we got to do to hire people. So we post a position, score it, clear it for testing, test people, and then the scores of the test determine ranking in our list. So we've gone through all those processes with quite a few classifications, and now we're turning to interviews. So we're scheduling June interviews for using our new list. For campus safety, office assistant, and senior office assistant. For health assistant, they're going to be interviewing tomorrow. Buyer interviews occurred already last week, and an offer was made. School accounting technician at the high school is being interviewed on Friday. Cameron is also going to do the office assistant interviews. And we're working on the following lists: translator, interpreter, para-SN, and NSW2. So those are the lists that we have test scores, and we're trying to compile lists still. And the open recruitments that we currently have are nutrition services 3 and HR technician. They were also posted for transfer to mode. Let's see. We've been testing for the para-SN classification. We had 50 applicants, and we had about 20 that actually came to test. Out of those, about 17 cleared. It's a really hard recruitment. A lot of individuals sign up, fill out the application, and they change their mind once they read the job description. And there's 8 duties that they have to say that they're willing to do, like diapering or catheter. And some of those individuals just don't want to do it, right? We try to work with them, but oftentimes that's the breaking point. Let's see, we've been onboarding a lot of non-duty substitutes. We're processing resignation and retirements. And we have also orders a new redesigned classified service pins. So the old ones were getting really rusty. They looked like pennies. So if staff wants to, they want to change it, exchange it, we're willing to do that. So we order plenty of those. And then, let's see, I know there was a question about the summer custodian, so I did some research on that today. I've been working on it. Some of the schools, they have an average of 10 classrooms that they're assigned for summer school. The high school is less, right? But with Barstow Junior High, Crestline, Montera, and Henderson, the average is about 10 classrooms. And the only custodian that we have that is for summer school is a 5-hour custodian at the junior high. And so we fill those positions with us, right? With our department, we get the requisition of what the committee wants to set up for the summer school and we fill them. But we've been getting a lot of that feedback in the last, day or two. So I've been doing this research. We do need to have either staggered time or additional time in order to complete this job, right? The duties for the custodians. So in conversation with Mr. Godfrey, others here in the cabinet, right? We're working on additional work time to be able to complete the task. But now we need to find out which one of those custodians is willing to do the work, right? So I'm having some of the principals and the SAMs ask the staff and see who's willing to get on the list to be able to allow for that form to be filled out and for the time to be authorized so that they can complete some of this task. Now, there's only, about, 3 weeks or a month left of summer school, right? It's about 3 weeks. So it's not a lot of time, but that would be the fastest way to get this done. And then long-term for next year, we got a plan for having somebody assigned to these duties at these schools, right, during the summer school, because it is a workload issue. I mean, once I did all the research, we recognize that. Let's see what else. We have something else that, in the very short, immediate term, right? Custodians can work with the administrator to prioritize the work and at least get that going while we get individuals that are willing to do the extra work and we get it to the process and get them, to get the timesheet, time so that they can do the work. So that's what we've been working on today. And, we heard some of the questions. There was a couple of emails that came in. So that's when, that triggered that, that research, and this is the solution that we came up with. If there's any other questions on that or any of my other.
I do have one question. I'm sorry. I pick up a lot of people asking, where do they find the job listings for BUSD? But I see it every now and then. You guys will put something out of the jobs.
Right.
I think we need to probably do it more because I may see it once every 3 months online. I don't see it that often, but I usually just direct them, go to the BUSD website.
Right.
But if we can put a list out to the public of what's available and a website they can go to or link, and I think if we do it more often, I think we might get a little, maybe some more applications then, more successful.
So what you're probably seeing is when we post our positions and we email them out, you're probably getting those announcements. There is a place on the website that, we should all agree is a little hard to find, right? And we're working on that, but it lists all of our classifications in there. So it's all the classifications. We have the work year calendars in there, the salary schedules, everything.
No, not just that, just the job postings.
So,
when something's available.
I
That's
can
all I
say
wanted to know.
one part of it is, so basically everything is on EdJoin.
Yes.
Whether that's classified, certificated across the board, every position that we fly as a district and for the most part that I know of, district all flies, everything will post onto EdJoin. Where it gets complicated, I don't want to overspeak too much, particularly for the classified side, is because of the way that the lists work with being a merit district is that basically they can only fly that position for so long, then accept the applications and then work towards, that's what he's talking about creating all of these lists and doing all that, that even though that vacancy is still there the whole time, that whole process kind of has to go step by step as far as the initial flying, then the testing, then the interviews. And you can't, that job has been vacant that whole time, but you can't just keep flying that position. You have to kind of go through that pipeline until you get to the final product and then exhaust out that list. So it does take time, and it is,
Yes, but I'm not just the posting listing what the jobs are available. You
that's
could do that.
always on EdJoin is for,
I understand, but not everybody use that.
Yeah.
For the general public, we have social media accounts. Let's put it out there, we got we got these jobs available. And then, when you update it, you take some off. That's all. Just something simple for the community. It'd be easier for them.
I send it out on my own email network too, so the community college gets it and some of our other partners. For something like the para-SN, I mean, we're getting to the point to where we're gonna get more creative, and we're thinking of posting physical positions in like coffee shops and laundromats, right? I mean,
Yeah, exactly.
because we're diminishing returns, right? We're reaching a point where we're not getting any more, especially for that classification, which is.
Because I see
the tie-in in that is more with Marseilles and with the PAO side more than necessarily Mr. Ortiz's side, if we're in the same lane as far as reaching the public with
exactly
the information.
Yeah, I understand your process. I got your process. I'm not worried about the process. I'm just worried about posting out there. These are the jobs that are available at BUSD because we're one of the biggest employers in town. So these are what's available.
I think what you're saying is we need a button probably in the front part of the website that just says jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something simple.
Something like that. Okay, I got you.
I'll go to Marseilles.
I'm sorry.
Yes, no, you're good.
Go ahead. I'll go to Marseilles.
Okay. My question, or
go ahead.
Was about the all of the custodian and the summer school, and I just want to make sure that I'm understanding everything. Is that basically, historically speaking, we've had just one employee that was slotted for 5 hours, and that was our total as far as what we had set up, historically speaking. We've now come to realize that that is insufficient to cover what we have, is what our overall needs are. My question, with that assumption, is what do we have something now that we're saying we had one that was 5 hours and that was what we said was our need? Do we now have a needs assessment to say we need 2 at 5 hours or 10 at 5 hours? Do we know that number? And or with that, with what we're allowing as far as extra duty offering to them, to the custodians, is there any limit, or what does that look like? That yes, they're prioritizing, and yes, we're reaching out, but is there any number or any, do we have anything like that attached to that?
So with some of the emails I sent out today is to basically survey and to have that conversation with the custodian with the number of classrooms and come up with a number of hours, right? Because it's just, sometimes it's the 10 classrooms or 11 classrooms plus the cafeteria and wherever they're having lunch, right? The NPR. And so that takes, a different, more time in itself. So that assessment is being done. If you want to follow what the junior high uses, right? They're the ones that have the 5 hour position for 11 classrooms plus the NPR in the cafeteria. So, I mean, that's what they're using, whether that's appropriate or not. Yes.
So we're basically in the process of figuring that out of what the number will look like moving forward.
Right.
And then basically we're just kind of open-ended as far as whatever the administration is telling us that they need as far as hours, that we're allowing that to happen and reach out to, so long as the custodians are willing and wanting the hours, we're accommodating with that.
Yeah. If there's this prioritize the work for the very immediate, couple of days, and then what is the need, and then move forward with that, and then who's willing to do the work, right? So that's the third part. They're willing to do the work. Okay, we got to sign them up for the additional time and then put them on a timesheet.
Okay.
Yes. So that's basically the process. And then moving forward, right, for next year, then we'll have this information to work on that for next time. You're right, in the past, there was only one custodian assigned to the junior high school and nothing else. Now, some of the other schools, what they did, like Montero, they stagger their time, so they bring them in at different times and they try to do the work however they can, right, to try to float that work, whether that's, efficient or not efficient, or the best or not. That's not something for me to say. It's just, that's
Sure.
just the information I got. Right?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yes, I want to just jump on Mr. Williams here. I think I mentioned a couple of months ago, we got 2 radio stations here, you know what I mean? I mean, we can afford to put a few ads on there and see how it goes. If it doesn't go, it doesn't go, you know what I mean? Not everybody's computer person. I'm one of them, you know what I mean? So I go along with them. I think we need to reach out a little bit more, and then we're saying, oh, the working class don't want to work anymore. It's just like a principal that gets a better job down the road. I mean, these guys that are subbing for custodian, they could go work at McDonald's, get paid $1 more and get a cheeseburger for working. You know what I mean? So maybe we could raise that, a little bit higher for the pay for the sub custodians, and but I think, yeah, let's try the radio, do something. I mean,
But it's interesting you mentioned that because in my PC budget, I put a line item for communication and for advertising. And I know I increased it a little bit this time. And so we wanted to do a mailer. We kind of cut that budget in half, but a mailer was something else that, I kind of had over there as a wish list, right? But we do have some money that we can use for communications. Yeah.
thank you.
Going once, going twice. Everybody's good? Ooh, thank you. Okay, next we have the adoption of the agenda. We do have 2 corrected copies. K6A5 certification personnel perfect attendance recognition stipend for the 24-25 school year, as well as K6A10 resignation retirement of certificated personnel. Can I get a motion to adopt with the 2 corrected copies?
I move we adopt.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next we're moving on to the consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone would like to?
Oh,
We're all good?
we discussed it already. So
Okay.
good.
I was just looking down to see, I couldn't see. Are you good, Elizabeth? Sorry, I can't see you. Everybody's good. It's a little different trying to work the dynamics with the dice like this. So everybody's good? No items to pull? All right, then can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Move to discussion item. Okay. General L11 25-26 calendar of board events.
This is being presented to the board for approval. It is our updated 2025-2026 calendar of events. This is presented to the board annually to inform you of what is expected to happen each month. And this is for the 2025-2026 school year. You'll understand that that's what we're saying, but that's where we're at. And it's presented to the board for approval tonight.
All right. Does anyone have any questions or comments? Good. Okay. Can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is L12 calendar for calendar for schedule of Board of Trustees meetings 25-26.
And again, another annual information item to the board in reference to the 2025-2026 school year board meetings. I'm seeing 2024 on here.
Yeah.
Yeah. So should we pull this item and just bring it back? We're
Pull it and do a
yeah.
corrected copy.
Yeah, we're gonna pull the item
Okay.
and we'll bring it back on the June 24 board meeting after we get those dates corrected.
Understood. So we don't
Nothing.
vote.
No,
We're just-
we're gonna
okay.
Pull that.
Yeah, we're gonna pull
we're
it and get corrected dates and then we'll
Yeah.
put it on the next
That's
agenda.
okay.
Okay, next will be L 2526 Cabinet Retreat, Flying Colors, Apple Valley.
Yes, this is presented to the board tonight for approval. This is the district cabinet retreat that we take. It's a one-day retreat. We just travel. We have a breakfast and we discuss the business of the 2025-2026 school year. And we do all the work that we do, similar to the commendation that I provided the cabinet earlier in my report. And then we take the cabinet out to try and do something fun. And this year, we're actually going to go to Flying Colors in Apple Valley and paint. It's presented to the board tonight for approval.
All right, do we have any questions or comments? Okay. Just a small one, just because I'm remembering it. Well, I'll leave it until later. I'll put it in the right place. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, I'm just gonna write that down so I don't forget it. I'll do 1 second here. Yep. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, next is Educational Services, L 21, Public Hearing 2526, LCAP, Local Control Accountability Information Item.
Yes, and this is going to go,
I think I have to,
Oh. sorry, well, it's, go ahead, sorry.
yeah, I've got to
Yep, go ahead.
read all my
Sorry.
stuff.
Yep. I will stop.
Yeah, fine. Recommending the Board of Trustees adjourn to a public hearing to hear public comment on the district's LCAP Local Control Accountability Plan. So it is 6:30. And we will adjourn.
Sure, just a couple of high points about our LCAP for the 2025-2026 school year. This is a 3-year plan that the board adopted last year. We're going to move into the year 2. Just to give you a district overview of what the plan is addressing. The USD serves 6,300 students approximately, of whom 79% are socioeconomically disadvantaged. The district also serves high numbers of English learners, foster homeless youth, and students with disabilities, which make up an unduplicated count of students of approximately 74%. That's an important number because that generates what's called supplemental and concentration grant dollars, which is the lion's share of what the LCAP attempts to outline and create goals for. As a funding snapshot of our current LCAP, there is approximately $119,540,000 in total revenue for our district. Mr. Douglas Beaton will be reviewing that in a few minutes. Of that, $19.54 million is supplemental and concentration grant funding. And our district, in also addressing our learning and recovery emergency block grant funds that we have to expend in a timely fashion, we're looking at expending $29.15 million towards supplemental and concentration grant funding. Basically, what that means is we are identifying actions and resources that are geared specifically to our unduplicated count students. That's 74%. Unduplicated count means students could be in one group, 2 groups, or all 3 groups, but they're only counted once. So 3 out of every 4 students land in at least one of those unduplicated count groups. If you remember, I reviewed the LCAP mid-year report in February. I think some of you were brand new to the board, so this might be a refresher for you. Goals 1, goal 2, and goal 3 have not changed. Goal 1 is about academic achievement, college and career readiness, increasing the number of students reading at grade level, which is part of our district technical assistance plan for next year, and increasing the number of English learners that are proficient and reclassified. Some of the actions that go along with that is a increased and continuing effort with class size reduction, increased instructional time, which actually came into the LCAP about 10 years ago, and it's remained. Basically, what we did was we made the school day, from 6.5 hours to 7 hours across. Increased transportation. for those student groups that need improved transportation to get to school. Assessment program support, which is all that comes out of Ms. Jamie Fisher's office. We also have a robust EL translation and homeless youth support effort along with this. College and career readiness and CTE, college career technical education support. And finally, additional ELD paraeducator support at each of our sites. Goal 2 is about parent engagement and involving parents in decision-making process. That includes things like our family center and translation services, which is a lot of what our homeless youth support comes from. We have our PIO position in that goal, as well as our parent, guardian, student, community alliance group. Did I get that right?
Pretty close.
Goal number 3 continues forward as well, and that's all about supportive, safe, and engaging school climate. And you heard a little bit today from Ms. Swearingen about the OAG and the report that we will be getting very shortly. I think you'll find we're going to see some high marks in that area, but it's a continued effort for our district. Reducing suspensions, expulsions, and chronic absenteeism. Some of the actions that are included here: counseling and psychologist supports, assistant principals, deans, wellness teachers, behavior aides, something we call the California Health Partnership, which has grown from just professional development to actual bodies coming into our district and helping us with additional counseling and support for that effort. STEM staffing comes out of here, as well as the Barstow Fine Art costs that continue moving forward. A ton of PBIS and MTSS program supports, restorative practice professional development, campus safety assistance, campus security, categorical office staff, and student studies team coordinators. Now, the big difference from February to today in our LCAP is in February, we had goals 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. And those were called our equity multiplier goals. I've been working with our county since February, submitting portions of our LCAP for review. And after maybe the 3rd submission, they came back to me and said, you need to break each equity multiplier school apart so that they have their own goal, because each of their needs are a little different than the other. So it's really more like moving the deck chairs around. It was a little bit of work, but we got it done. So now goal 4 is all about Barstow High School. Barstow High School is actually not receiving equity multiplier funds for the next school year. However, they did not expend all of their funds this year. So we need to continue with the plan moving forward. And in their plan, they're investing in specialized instructional support. They're investing heavily in credit recovery programs to include robust staffing with both teachers and paraeducators, additional transportation for the credit recovery, and also meals for after school for these students. And also, in an effort to continue to decrease those suspension rates, increase campus safety assistance, behavior staff. They're also looking at increasing campus safety support for their PE program. You heard Mr. Brinkley's presentation today, where they identify the spots on the campus where are sort of the hot spots during the day. They're finding that the PE program is a hot spot because kids transition in, they transition out. There's a lot of bodies moving back and forth. We need more adult supervision for that. So that's what they're doing. Goal 5, goal 6, goal 8, goal 9, goal 10, and goal 11 are all elementary. And one thing about our elementary schools, which this is something I really appreciate about them, is they talk to each other a lot and they generate ideas by collaborating. So the things that they're spending their money on are very similar. For example, specialized instructional supports, ELA intervention teachers, ELD intervention teachers, additional campus supervision. One of our schools is looking to hire on a board certified behavior analyst. Glenwood Elementary is looking at increasing the number of co-curricular and extracurricular field trips for their students to increase engagement and connection to the school. Henderson Elementary is hiring a math intervention teacher. They're also holding social, emotional, and wellness assemblies. Montero Elementary is pumping a lot of money into professional learning community training, of which myself, Jamie Fisher, and Ms. Swearingen have a meeting with this group to talk about how can we expand this across the entire district to create that consistency and alignment. Crestline Elementary is also engaging in a lot of professional development with the county of San Bernardino coaches, both ELA and math. Skyline is looking to bring on 1.5 additional intervention teachers that will support ELA and math. Barstow Junior High School is mirroring what Montero Elementary is doing, which is increasing their professional learning community training. They're investing in additional wellness teacher and for the first time, wellness counselor. So when a student is assigned to the wellness room, now they'll receive a wellness counseling as part of their program. And also co-curricular and extracurricular field trips. Finally, Barstow Intermediate School, actually there's 2 more. Barstow Intermediate School, they're new to the equity multiplier game. Part of that was because they were a brand new school last year. The money they received was only based on their 6th grade population. We anticipate 1 year forward, they'll probably have enough money for both grade levels. But with the money they do have, which is $440,415, they're investing in additional paraeducator support for their intervention program, their arts programs, so that they can give students a more well-rounded education. And then finally, they're looking at adding a social worker to their campus to support with family and student needs. And then finally, I skipped over Central High School. They also have equity multiplier dollars, $115,503. They are adding 3 paraeducators. They're going to increase the number of ELD minutes that their ELD paraeducator will provide to their students, as well as intervention and credit recovery. So, with all of that said, I think I wrote it down here, the total amount of equity multiplier dollars, it's somewhere in the range of 6.2 million that the district will receive or has received with Barstow High School's continuing forward allocation. And as part of this entire process with the LCAP and the development, we have to ensure that we're engaging partners, educational partners, and soliciting their feedback. That includes surveys for staff, students, community. It includes student representation on our district advisory council. It includes individual meetings at each site to review their equity multiplier dollars. Ms. Fisher heads up a lot of that for us, where she's helping them develop their single school plans that then aligns to our LCAP so that we have a seamless effort in that case. So to wrap things up, you've heard this probably in many different ways. It's part of our statement of principles, but that is to ensure equity. And by ensuring equity, one of the things we try to do is expand counseling and school psychologist teams, provide restorative justice PD, peer conflict and mediation programs, PBIS reward systems. You heard a lot about that today. Targeted ELD supports and bilingual paraeducators. Moving forward with our LCAP, we are now required to track what are called long-term English learners. They came into our district as English learners. They never reclassified. So they're now 10th or 11th graders, and they're still in need of support. And it's part of our need with this LCAP to create those actions and services. And then finally, parent engagement strategies tailored to underserved families. So I'll finish with a summary statement. Barstow Unified School District's 2025-2026 LCAP reflects a strong commitment to equity. The district has aligned its investments and goals, especially goals 5 through 13, to serve as equity multipliers that lift barriers for historically underserved student groups. And if you haven't printed it out, I know Mr. Eastlis has it. It's 219 pages. Yeah. If you want the cliff notes, I can share them with you. But one thing you can look forward to is in February of 26, I'll come back with another presentation to tell you how the LCAP is going.
Thank you.
Please no.
You're welcome.
I have a question.
Sure.
Is there a reason why Barstow isn't receiving, the high school isn't receiving funds again this year, or it's just like, is it thing?
Well, it's based on the mobility rate,
Okay.
the number of students that move in and move out, as well as whether or not we have a cutoff percentage for low socioeconomic students. We meet the threshold for low socioeconomic, but we don't meet the threshold for moving in and moving out. They could fall back in next year. We don't know. But we have to be judicious and make sure that the actions and services that that you'll be approving, that we're keeping an eye on that future, commitment.
One point I did want to make with what your question was, is that that's a great place for something that what we can do. And part of what they were talking about whenever we were at DC, as far as like legislative actions that we can push for, is being able to have access to those funds and what the limitations are, both with mobility rate as well as socioeconomic status. So that way, in an effort for us to then be able to continuously be able to provide those services, instead of this back and forth limbo where like, okay, well, now we can offer them or now we can't. That's a perfect place where we can kind of, get involved or have a say or, kind of jump down on that road. I did have a question, and not by any means, I'm sure it would be impossible to tackle all of it or even half of it. But I was wondering, do we have any way of having an actual visual of any of, let's say, any of the goals or pieces of the goals or highlights of the goals of something like we were just talking about where you mentioned the EL readers, of saying like, okay, this is where they were, how many either are not classified as EL or with the additional supports, or any of these metrics that we're getting. Is there any way that we could make anything that's an actual thing that we could see as a district? So like we put up stuff all around schools with PBIS, right? To remind everybody of all the things, to see where we actually are with what it is that we're doing. And or also, if we had something like signage, you could say, hey, if you'd like to find out more, ask this person, who would be, somebody at the district office, the principal, or even putting up a QR code. So then if a person wanted to know, a parent or whoever wanted to get access to the information, they could. Is that anything?
Oh yeah, we can definitely do that. A lot of artificial intelligence resources that we can
Okay.
grab onto. To be honest with you, when I created my little synopsis here, I used ChatGPT.
Yeah.
And I went into our LCAP and I said, okay, I want to grab certain pieces of information. I want to make it sound coherent and like I know what I'm talking about. And basically it gave me a 4-pager. So yes, we
Okay.
definitely can.
And it's not like a bad thing, like there's a ton of good things that were
Right,
just
right.
mentioned that everybody should know, the public should know. And
Kind of that
not
visual
everybody
roadmap.
can always be, at every board meeting or attend, but that could be something that we could display. People could then have, access to the information and then go, oh, wow, look at all the stuff the district's providing for
We
our
can
kids.
definitely create that. I'll work with Cabinet
Okay.
as well as Marseilles to put together what might be the best effort for that. And then, yeah, we can definitely do that.
Cool. And thank you for all the information again.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Appreciate it.
If not, we get to send it.
Does anybody have any other questions, comments? And that was just informational, correct? So no voting? Okay. All right.
You need to reconvene.
Oh, thank you. I knew there was. Okay, so it is 6:45, excuse me. We will reconvene. And so we're just moving
There's just
forward.
information. It'll come back
Okay.
at the next board meeting.
All right, then next we will move on to L22, also information. This is for the new course outline for CTE Patient Care 1, Barstow High School.
And I'm also going to hand this over to Mr. Godfrey. I will say that all 3 course outlines will be on Friday report for the board members. This is the information item night, so you'll have those if you have any questions.
Okay.
Okay, so just real quickly, Patient Care 1 is the first course within the CTE Patient Care Pathway. It's a brand new course at Barstow High School. It's designed to introduce students to careers in the healthcare field, focusing on theory, practical skills. They'll learn professional norms, skills, and competencies related to careers in healthcare.
Interesting. Anyone have any questions or comments? Okay, then we'll go on to the next one, L23, new course outline, CTE Welding, Barstow High School.
This is a course we've had at Barstow High historically. We're hoping to bring it back. I know that we're in the process of trying to hire a welding teacher. Students who are enrolled in Intro to Welding will first learn about safety in a shop environment. It includes industry recognized personal protective equipment, common industry power tools and welding equipment. It's also designed to familiarize students about specific welding processes such as, and this is a new term to me, shielded metal arc welding, gas metal arc welding. So they're going to get into the introduction of it, but they're also going to be hands-on. So we're looking forward to bringing this back to our high school.
Glad to see that. Does anyone else have any questions or comments? No? Okay. Next, we'll go to L24, new course outline for CTE, Child Development 1, Barstow High School.
This course is continuing forward, and I know that Mr. Gutierrez has been working with the high school in trying to develop a kind of a pipeline for our high school kids to go through this program and eventually, hopefully, become one of our employees and eventually maybe a teacher for us. It examines the major development milestones in the area of biosocial, psychosocial, and cognitive development for children, both typical and atypical, from conception through adolescence. This is a continuing course. All three of these courses were submitted by Holly Bowser to UCOP, which is the portal to ensure that they are all what's called A through G, which is part of LCAP Goal 1. So students who take these courses and complete them are checking boxes off so that if they apply to a Cal State or a UC in our state, and they complete all their requirements, they are eligible to go to one of our universities in our state.
Question. I'm not sure if this would be for you or on your side. It's kind of a little bit going both ways. The last part you were talking about as far as the requirements, the A through G requirements, more like on the high school side getting into college. I was just wondering specifically with CTE or with the child development, and this is where it possibly goes on to your side, is whenever for the teaching credential program and specifically now with the TKs and all the new credentialing requirements that's going to come with that, do we know if any of this integrates with any of that? Meaning, like you have to have so many units of CT or I keep wanting to say CT, child development for the TK side with the teacher credential program. Does any of this count/tie into any of that? Or do we know that yet? Or
if I may, Mr. Douglas?
I don't know which.
Sorry.
Hey,
So I think it has to do with, if you take the class at the high school, it wouldn't count for that, right?
Okay.
If for college credit. For that, we would have to have articulation with BCC or a different community college. And from what I'm hearing, I'm not an expert on this, but I've been involved with BCC, and we're creating a teacher pathway, which our superintendent is a part of that as well. So we have a partnership with BCC, Cal State San Bernardino, and Cal State University Dominguez Hills to create that teacher pipeline. The articulation there, in order for students to get high school, college credits, they have to be taught by a credentialed person under the community college. So this wouldn't count for that, but it does prepare them to be able to be successful in those courses because they're creating that foundation for child development. So,
Okay.
as far as I know, so.
But possibly something where this is basically the first step.
Yes.
And then the second step could then be that integration with either BCC or another JC.
Yes.
And okay. Cool. Does anyone else have any other questions? Thank you. Both of you. Next, we'll go to business services. L41, public hearing for the 25-26 Barstow Unified School District budget. And I have another public hearing for that. Recommending the Board of Trustees adjourn to a public hearing regarding the proposed 25-26 budget for the general fund, cafeteria fund, adult education fund, capital facilities fund, deferred maintenance fund, post-employment benefits retirees fund, and child development fund. It is 6:51. We will adjourn to public hearing.
Good evening and thank you. I'll give Josh a minute to bring up the slide deck. I did print it out for you so that I had a little problem with the margins, but I thought it might help for those so we don't have to turn our necks and look back. I would also like to thank Mr. Rick Jensen. He's our new consultant, and so he provided a lot of information on building the budget. We now have a budget that is tied to our Epic system. So now we're all in, we're able to see the budget with the report and see all the details in that said report. So it'll be a lot better for the district to be able to access that information as we make our decisions going forward. Per the education code, 42127, we're electing to follow this single budget adoption process. We must adopt and submit by July 1st a final budget, which can be amended in 45 days. I heard today that the legislature and the Newsom actually made a budget deal today, so they will get paid and we'll have a budget that we can actually adopt. And so that is good news today. And so with that, we probably will not have to do the 45-day adoption if based on our budget tonight. The revenues, LCFF revenue, which Mr. Godfrey was talking about, is this year is going to be $86,355,079. Inside that is also our supplemental and concentration dollars that we are talking about. It's about approximately 20 million. Our federal revenue for this year will be $8,004,573. We have state revenue of $19,934 and $577, and our local revenue is $4,829,995 for the total that Mr. Godfrey spoke of 119 million total, $124,224. I also put a graph that you could see that our, the lion's share of our dollars is from LCFF. The federal revenue, now that the COVID dollars have been decreasing, is now our state is actually more than our federal share. The expenditures this year, they're going to total $145,883,588. You'll see certificated salaries at 38 million. Our employee classified 20, employee benefits 26,000. Our services and operations are 41 million. We're going to be looking at some of those services and seeing where we can look to either cut back or change, or because we're definitely a lot of services that we're looking at. So with that, our fund balance beginning with this is an estimate that our beginning balance for this starting July 1 will be $65,572,705. That's based on our estimated actuals. So we'll see as we go through the rest of the year how we'll do our estimate unaudited actuals in the coming months, and to see how close we came to that our estimate. So that could change based on that how we end up in the final year. So we have the total income and total expenditures giving us a projected ending balance of $38,813,341. That'd be as of June 30th, 2026. The components of that ending fund balance will have non-spendable of 400,000. That's for stores and also our revolving cash. Our legally restricted, that's our categorical dollars. That's in the neighborhood of 21 million. So we have a reserve for economic uncertainty, 4,380,000. Our committed balance is 504 5,400,000, that's our Fund 17 special reserve that we've committed, and then in our assigned balance of $7,491,877. So our assumptions, in order to build a multi-year a 3-year to show our 3 years expenses, we have to make some assumption. Our estimated P2 ADA is right around 5,600. We are showing that we're going to be declining in the out years. I had Mr. Jensen do an enrollment projection based on birth rates. He did very extensive a study of the area, building and all things. A real deep dive into the enrollment that we're projecting. So I was really impressed, actually. So, but we are declining slightly over the next couple of years based off of that information, and that's our projections. Our Department of Finance statutory COLAs this year is going to be 2.3. They're projecting next year and the following year to be 3.02 and 3.42 respectively. I put the step and column projections there for you for certificate and classified. The statutory and retirement additions that could affect the next 2 years. And then, of course, the lottery. I put those projections in there for you. We also have to make a couple of other assumptions. Our mandate block grant, the district has opted to receive the mandated block grant. Revenues are based on prior year P2 ADA. The revenues from this grant are estimated to be $263,514. So that's $39.09 per TK through 8 student and $75.31 per 9 through 12. The district is expected to continue to perform and document activities for applicable mandates named in the mandate block grant, but will not be required to file claims forms in order to receive the grant funds. The district will continue to file claims for those mandated activities that fall outside of the mandated block grant, although the state is not providing funding for such claims at this time. Pardon me. We have the federal categorical program revenues. The district projects its federal revenues based on the current funding allocation shown in the consolidated application part 2, along with provisions for the effect of enrollment strategies. We base federal revenue projections on prior year awards for the adopted budget and on actual awards for the first interim. Estimated unearned revenues and carryover from 24-25 has not yet been included in the 25-26 categorical program revenue and expenditure budgets. For the state categorical program revenues, it's based on funding allocation notices we've had on hand at the time of the 25-26 budget was compiled. Estimated unearned revenues and carryover from 24-25 has not yet been included in the 25-26 categorical program revenue and expenditure budgets. Interest earnings, we also calculate our interest projected on the cash balances for the 25-26 fiscal year in each fund, and multiply these amounts by the average interest rate in the prior year to estimate interest earnings for 25-26. The cash flow, district's cash receipts for the LCFF normally arrive according to a schedule authorized by Ed Code. That's in July and August, we get 5% of the budget. And then in September, October, November, December, January is all at 9%. That determines how much cash we're getting in at specific those times. And then I think Deanna was speaking to you guys earlier about the 559 schedule. So that is the schedule that we are talking about. So those are our assumptions that will help us build our multi-year projections. And so on the next slide, we've identified our revenues and expenditures, what that's going to do to the fund balance. We've also listed our for that fund balance, how that'll affect our economic insurgency accounts, our committed account, and our signed balance account. And that concludes my presentation. If there's any questions?
Anybody have any other questions? So I have a question. I'm trying to think the best way of phrasing it or where we're seeing it. Like basically, I'm just looking big picture.
Yes.
Revenues, expenditures, and where our fund balance is, and I see where it's going. Is there what is what is I guess what is the cause and what is the course correction? Because from what I'm seeing is that we're basically spending more money than we're receiving for the next 3 years in a row and depleting our fund balance, unless I'm reading something incorrectly.
That is the projection, but most of the spending is the one-time funds that we had received through COVID dollars and put into our fund balance. So we're depleting our carryover, both restricted and unrestricted.
So meaning, okay, so say this year we are 26 million, right, is our number that we are spending more than we're receiving. You're saying that 27 million is all COVID dollars?
Not all of it, but half and half. Some of it restricted carryover dollars, some of it unrestricted dollars that we had placed into the fund balance that are now being spent. So our HVAC projects that we're taking care of is coming out of our fund balance.
So do we have an actual number that is a true representation of our fund balance that is not COVID dollars and those monies that you're speaking of as far as already allocated funds to know what it actually should be resting at as far as basically what is there that's not allocated? Do we have that?
I can put that together for you.
Okay.
We do
And-
have
and
that.
Yes, okay. And my concern is basically, is that number staying relatively consistent or going up or going down at this point? Because really, if I'm looking at a fund balance as a non-financial expert, my big picture concern is that's how much money that the district has that we have left in the bank after we're paying all of our bills. But if there's still more things that are then happening to said money, then that's not actually telling me what I'm actually interested to know. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
So that's what I would like to know. If we can get that, that would be great.
And so at when we're doing unaudited actuals in the next coming months, we'll have a better picture of what actually is falling in and what's falling out.
Okay.
And as far as budget, we're budgeting for all things possible, but maybe not necessarily to spend, right? So we're just
Sure.
and we're showing that we're able to provide that budget if it's so called for, but there will be adjustments as we.
Oh, yeah. I get all the assumptions, and I know obviously we just got the governor's, actual budget, and
Right.
you guys have had to make all this obviously prior, and that part I understand. I just want to make sure that at least on our end from the board side is that we have an accurate depiction of the money, a fund balance in terms of just what's not accounted for that is what true fund balance. I don't know what the proper language would be for that, but so we can know where it is and I don't know, keep an eye on it, I guess.
Absolutely. And that's what we'll be doing.
Okay.
There are a few things in the governor's budget that we did not commit to the budget because we did not know, it wasn't, we had capital advisors advising us to put it in, and we had school services telling us not to put it in based on because they were still deciding on what they're going to do with their $14 billion deficit that they're still working on over the next 2 years. So it makes it, from a projection standpoint, it makes it a bit difficult what to put in and what to put out, right? So I'm understanding with the budget deal today that they did approve the block grant, a little less than what they had first come with. And also on Vinny, can you correct me if I'm What was the other part?
There's a pause for ELOP starting in January.
Yes.
And then there was a little less on the deferral from June to July, which doesn't affect the budget, but was one of the bigger items that came out today.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
So when we bring unaudited actuals to you, we'll have more information on that, and I'll be sharing that with you.
When are we looking for that?
Unaudited actuals are due to the county September 15th. We actually have to have our work done by August 31st. And so, and that's going to be based on all revenues and expenditures as of June 30th. So they give us a couple months to get that all done. It is the one report that goes to the state. All the others go to the county, just FYI.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Everybody else is good?
Mhm.
We have goggles on.
Yes.
Everything's good?
Sure.
Okay. Okay. It is, wow, it's 7:08, and we will reconvene from the public hearing. Next, we'll go on to L42, agreement for counseling services, Jensen School District Business Consulting, excuse me.
Mr. Beaton.
So with the help that I received from Mr. Jensen and helping develop this budget, we'd like to bring it to bring him on for another year to help us continue on with interim reporting and doing our unaudited actuals. And so his contract here is for your approval.
I was curious with this. I mean, I'm glad to hear that it is working out. And as far as getting more information and getting better reports and everything, is everything right now with him just with you, or is anyone else getting any other training and or information through fiscal with him?
And so with Mr. Jensen's help, I would like to bring his services and his expertise to all our departments. I'll be working with HR and with Mr. Godfrey to and fiscal to give us some strategies and some ways to make the district better.
So that's what this will be for, is not just allowing just for you, but also for.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. We're gonna take advantage of him. He would like to work
Okay.
himself out of a job. So
Yeah.
that's our goal. So.
Okay. Cool. Does anyone else have any questions? All right. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second. All in favor? Aye. Next, we have Personnel Services Certificated L6A1, establishment of 7 certificated positions, academic intervention teacher elementary.
Yes, thank you. So earlier, Mr. Godfrey spoke about equity multiplier money that the district has been receiving, and specifically some school sites. And this item is to address the academic gaps that exist in our schools and to accelerate the learning for students. So we're talking here about 7 positions for intervention teachers, and presented to the board for approval tonight.
Nobody?
No questions? And these are all, I'm seeing mostly elementary.
All elementary.
Yep,
Yeah.
all elementary, yes, sir.
All 7 elementary schools.
We have 3 right now,
Currently, we do have 3.
so we're gonna get additional 7.
How soon is realistic, like with our approval tonight?
So that's a great question. So right now we're going through the hiring phases, right? We're interviewing people. We have currently 4 vacancies on my board, on our board, sorry. It's our board. For the just a core program. Once we fill those positions, we'll start backfilling some of these positions. And we're gonna be working with the principals to pull some seasoned teachers to have the one, the expertise in the subject areas to provide those services, so backfilling those positions. I'm
Okay.
very optimistic about where we are right now. We are better than the last 4 years in terms of our hiring process.
Yeah.
So I think it's gonna be good for us to provide these services for our students. Great question, thank you.
All right. Everybody else is good. Can I get a motion? So moved.
So move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next, we have L6A2, establishment of 2 certificated positions, wellness counselor, Barstow Junior High and Barstow High School.
Yes, thank you. So this item is for 2 wellness counselors, one at Barstow Junior High School, another one at Barstow High School. And they're gonna be paid out of the equity multiplier funds. The job descriptions are provided for you for each school site. The wellness counselors will be providing behavioral supports, social emotional learning supports, academic counseling in a safe environment to allow students to be successful at school. And it's presented to the board for approval tonight.
I think it's great. What would that put us at as far as it's in the wellness category, as far as the wellness teachers slash counselors? What does that put us at the school sites with this, including this?
So in the past, it was kind of like a split position, right? So the person in there was providing academic supports, but they don't have a PPS to provide counseling. So we were running into a situation where we had misassignments potentially, and we were not providing appropriate services for kids. So the plan that we have moving forward is we are going to be providing an academic wellness teacher and a counselor for the wellness. So providing both the academic and making sure that that person, one, has the expertise to provide the academics, and two, is appropriately credentialed, and then the counselor will be providing the counseling services. And then that way we won't have a misassignment as well, and we'll get quality of service for our students.
And so right now, I know they were just the wellness teachers at the junior high and high school. Where do we have any or are we any at the elementaries?
Currently, BIS has one, and and Crestline has another one. Yeah, and we're looking to expand that.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah.
Okay, so that'll be like the whole, or future wise to expand and then add with the counselor piece, or is that more like secondary that we're looking at?
So it's based on the comprehensive needs assessment that each individual school site perform and what the needs are.
Okay.
Some of the schools are providing actually outside services, counseling services to provide those supports. You guys approved a contract in the past, and so we're providing those counseling services through a different venue.
Gotcha.
But it's always, a great opportunity to work with the site principals to determine what their needs are. And once they determine what they need, I'm always looking forward to making sure that we hire the right person to provide the right services or the right resources. So always open to all of that.
Thank you. Anybody else have any?
Yeah, that's the 240,000. That's for 2 or?
Yes, for 2. And that includes also H&W.
Yeah.
All of that. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, you're good. All right. If everybody else is good, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Listed there, they have different needs. So we have individuals that need to pass some CSETs, all of them, but in different areas. A diligent search was made. No highly qualified teachers came forward. I am pleased to report that we have some paraeducators on this list that are going to promote from within the classroom. These individuals that are actually trained in our system tend to do a lot better transition in the classroom. Tina Carney is one of them. Randy Crank is another. And Taylor Weaver Vernita is another one that, were paraeducators in our district, have resigned, and we're presenting this item for approval tonight so that they can transition as certificated employees.
Cool. Well, good to hear. Anyone have any other questions?
We need them.
I move we approve.
Yes.
Second, okay.
You gotta reconvene.
Yep, we will. Okay, so it is 7:18 and we will reconvene. And following the reconvene, we have a motion from Mr. Perea. Do we have a second? Mr. Williams, all in favor? Aye. Okay. Another one.
Yeah, we have several.
L6A4, public hearing for waiver for educators employed in specific positions not fully meeting California credential requirements for the 25-26 school year. Recommending the Board of Trustees adjourn to a public hearing to provide an opportunity for the board to receive input concerning the proposed variable term waivers of California educators codes for the educators listed covering California credential requirements. It is 7:19 and we will adjourn.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Yes, thank you. So these four individuals are CTE teachers, and this waiver is to allow them to instruct our students while they actually get highly qualified in teaching our English learners. And it's presented to the board for approval.
When you do your waiver, how long is the waiver for?
If a year.
Yeah.
Well, it depends if it's a PIP or STIP. Yeah, if it's a PIP, it's a year, a school year. Sorry, no, a year. And if it's a STIP, it's actually sorry, a PIP is a calendar year and a STIP is a school year. So if they start in March, it ends in May. So it can be 3 months, but this is a waiver, so it's a year.
So next year, we could give them another waiver or?
Yes,
They're saying just it's
yeah,
year to year?
yes. But they need to work towards making sure that they are highly qualified, taking classes, taking tests, and usually they do it without completing that.
So how long can they do that? Until they get certificate?
No, it's not.
That's what I'm asking.
No,
Yeah.
so if they start with a variable term waiver, it's 1 year. Let's just say they start in August, so that's the whole, you know. So variable term waiver, PIP, and SIP, and then after that, they need to complete it. So after the 3rd year, if they don't complete it, they actually lose their credential. So.
And one also motivating factor, if I am speaking incorrectly, by all means, you can correct, but if anyone is fully qualified at the time, if say like we're hiring again for whatever position in a subsequent year, the district has to hire a person who would then meet all of the qualifications. So that's a large incentive to get all of everything done, because then, you know what I mean? In that lane, you want to not fall into that category, I guess. Any other questions, comments? All right, it is 7:21 and we will reconvene. Can I get a motion?
So move.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We did 3, we did 4, so good. L6A5, resolution number 23 for the 25-26 school year. Speech language pathologist providing services in accordance with California Ed Code 44-831.
Yes, thank you. So this resolution addresses a correction moving forward. We currently contract out, the district has approved a contract with Presence Learning, and they provide speech language pathology services for our students. In order for any individual to provide those services in state of California, they need to be highly qualified and credentialed to provide those services in speech language pathology and audiology. Okay, and these people that we contract with are providing services, and the individuals listed on the attachment, look back at the resolution, are all highly qualified and credentialed in the state of California. So we need to submit a resolution saying that the board adopted this resolution in order to meet the requirements under California Ed Code 44831. And it's presented to the board for approval.
Questions, comments, anybody? No? All
So
right.
these are the contractors that we.
Yes, they don't,
Got it. Okay.
they work with us. So, yeah. For our students, but yeah.
All right. We don't have any other questions. Can I get a motion?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, next we have L6A6 Sync Tech Solutions Record Management Contract. Oh, good.
Mr. Gutierrez.
Tongue twisters.
Yes. So thank you. Yeah, so this item right here, if you look at it, we are proposing the board approve. It's actually kind of like an extension of a contract that we previously actually approved through Pupil Services. We already have an active contract with them. What we're trying to do is we're trying to actually digitize all our files that we have. Just to bring to your attention for your information, we can, in order for us to be compliant under law, we need to have all our personnel files digitized. We cannot destroy it, especially with all the litigations that are coming through. So we do have, where's that room? Right here. We have a room that has about approximately 550 boxes that we need to digitize. And then we also want to digitize some personnel records that we have that we need to break down. And this item is presented to the board for approval. Let me just backtrack a little bit. The good thing about this is we're going to be able to access those files very quickly through our platforms and not going through boxes that have spiders and mice and our files getting wet. And we call it the dungeon. So it's gonna help us be able to search and access information quickly to meet our deadlines. And it's presented to the board for approval.
Thank you. Any?
But yeah, I think my first job I ever had back in 1981 was helping two secretaries get in that box. So I just want to let everybody out there, we're not trying to eliminate jobs. We're trying to make it easier for our poor secretaries. Am I correct on that?
Yes, we don't want them climbing through boxes to get.
No, yeah. You know, I mean, I was more than happy to do it. I needed milk money for my kids. But I mean, it was kind of ridiculous, you know what I mean? Even back in 1981. So, you know, this is a good move. We talked about it a couple months ago, didn't we, Scott? Scott, you did that.
Yeah, so this is a whole new contract.
Yes.
We couldn't just amend the other contract we had with them to add these to them?
This is cleaner because it is through personnel services. It's basically an extension of a contract, but it's cleaner if we do it this way, send a new board item because it's a different department. We could have gone either way. Both ways.
I mean, it could be a different department, but it comes out of the same pot of money.
But this one has the specifics on the cost of what they're going to be providing for our department. So,
I don't get it. I'm not getting it. So we already have a contract with them. Why don't we just amend that contract to add personnel services and instead of starting a whole new contract? And the cost of this, like you said, we could have amended the other contract. It doesn't matter whether it's personnel services or wherever. It's two different things. They know that it's in a contract. I'm sorry. It just doesn't make sense to me. But okay.
It's more, I mean, you got more personnel classified information there than the other. I mean, I could see that part too. I mean, you know, it's sticky. I wouldn't want my stuff out there unless it's, you know, qualified company and stuff.
And this company actually, you probably know this from the last time it was presented to the board, actually contract with the San County of Education. So it is vetted. They have the cloud space and they have all the firewall security systems to make sure that stuff is all secure. So
Cause I remember it coming up before and I'm like, but it's a whole new contract. So we're paying, what was it? I can't remember the number. 200 some odd thousand for the last contract, and we're just adding another 218,000 for this contract. Did anybody ever, I know this sounds bad, but you look at it and go, hey, $400,000, they could have added personnel services to it. You understand what I'm saying? I trust you, but I just don't understand that. Whether it's in personnel services, whether it's in personnel services or HR, because it's still going to the cloud and you can still access it. For me, it's like we're spending extra money when we probably didn't have to spend.
That was why I asked the question the way that I asked it is, so there's no difference. So hypothetically speaking, the first contract cost $100. The second contract cost $100. I'm just throwing out fictitious numbers, right? So we spent $200 total. It still would have costed exactly $200 had we done one contract or done two contracts. It wouldn't have changed what that number was going to be. We were still paying the exact same amount of money. There's no discounted rate. There's no, you know what I mean? We still had to spend the exact same amount of money.
But didn't we have to negotiate for the new contract?
Well, and that's part of the separate contracts is scope and sequence.
Yeah.
Is different for the different departments, which is why we went ahead and ended individual contracts for each department to make sure that, because there's differences within the departments on what's needed.
Okay.
So to make sure that that's outlined, so when it goes to be paid, there's no discrepancy between, is that pupil services, is that personnel services, or is that someone else? It's clear to which contract it applies to. Yeah.
Okay. I just this question, it did make sense to me.
Yeah.
You're good. That's what we're here for. Talk about it. All right. Any other questions? Okay. With that, do I have a motion to approve?
We'll move.
All in favor? Aye. All right, we'll go to classified L6B1 CSEA MOU number 24. Is that correct? Number 24, or is that for the 24-25 school year?
24-25.
Okay. 010, office assistant, central enrollment center, work calendar adjustment between Barstow Unified School District and California School Employees Association.
Yes, thank you. So this MOU, last year we started the schedules for the central enrollment employees. And it was brought to our attention that in doing that, one of the employees was, shorted one holiday. So we created an MOU to ensure that the June 19th, the Juneteenth holiday was part of the calendar so that person could have equal number of holidays in the calendar year as compared to the other two employees in the department. So making that person whole. And it's presented to the board for approval.
Questions, comments?
No problem with that.
All right. Can I get a motion to approve?
Don't move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, next is L6A2 CSEA MOU 2425 or 011 health assistant stipend between BUSD and CSEA.
Thank you. So this item is to provide a $75 stipend for the specifically the health assistant at Crest Elementary. We have a student in the county class that is required to receive some additional medical supports, and we negotiate in good faith with CSEA, and this stipend is to address the extra work that she would have to provide for that student if needed, and it's presented to the board for approval.
Questions, comments, anybody?
One comment.
Uh-huh.
Bravo.
All right. Do we, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Next is L6-3 CSEA MOU 2425-12, reclassification of office assistant between PUSD and CSEA.
Thank you. So this MOU, again, was negotiated in good faith with CSCA. We had an individual, an office assistant in nutrition services that submitted a reclassification for her job description and her duties. And currently we have a reclassification committee composed of 2 district members and 2 CSCA members. And we went through a whole process of analyzing the job functions and then compare that to the actual description on the job description, and we decided to reclassify this person from office assistant to nutrition service support technician, changing the range from 25 step 10 to range 37 step 5, retroactive to July 1st of 2024, and is presented to the board for approval.
Questions, comments, anyone? All right. And can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right. Do you have items for future board meetings? I had 2. One was, we had already previously discussed it, but just bringing it back up. I almost said it whenever you guys were doing your other retreat, but I said no, let's put it in the right place. So for us, for our board retreat, and then I don't know if this is possible. So this is more of a question that I don't know. But with the para SNs, and particularly with the very difficult skill sets that we're able to find, I'm sure it would take a reclassification. Would it be possible or help if we had 2 different para SNs? Or is that even something that we could do if, let's just say, the high level needs, like what you're talking about with the catheters and stuff, right? That's a higher level, para SN 1 or 2, which I'm not sure which direction is paid more or whatever, but then you pay extra for, say, that para SN that has to do those extra duties. But then, because I'm sure out of all the para SNs, we don't have to have all the para SNs that would be to that level of qualification. Obviously, they should be paid more. I would feel they should be paid more if they're taking on extra responsibilities, have extra qualifications, extra duties, right? Would that be something we could do that potentially, say some of those other para SNs that said no, might then say yes without those, but like, okay, but then this person, right? If you're willing to take it on, then you're going to get paid more money. Is that something we could look into doing?
So currently what we have is we do have that same family. We have a distinction between paraeducator and para-SN, and para-SNs do make more money than paraeducators. We negotiated with CSCA in the contract, a TA, where we're going to be looking at families every year, like a group of families, and then we're going to be doing reclassification as we move forward. It's something that we could look into to see if that falls within the.
Like I said, I didn't know if that's something that could be done or what it would look like, but just to, look into it and see where it could go to hopefully just try to get some positions filled. Does anyone have any other?
Yes, I'd like to, the next meeting, I'd like to see the hour by hour for the SAMs, if I could, closed session, whatever. And if I'm out of line, you tell me a closed session, please. But, I want to see what they're doing this summer too. You know what I mean? And if we could please see that. I mean, they're asking the custodians to do it, so it's fair is fair.
We'll talk about it and or discuss which lines and all that. So, okay.
I understand.
But definitely noted.
Okay, thank you.
All right. And I do believe we are going into a second close.
Yes.
Okay, so it is 7:38 and we'll adjourn to close session.
Wow.
Living on comprehensive needed that. We're good? All right. It is 8:39. We are back from closed session. The board has no items to report from closed session. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
So move.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. Meeting adjourned.
Signatures, yes, signatures. Don't go anywhere. Hold on. Don't go
Run.
anywhere.